Good evening, folks. We are starting Deadly Premonition 2 tonight. I turned up the game volume just a bit since it's a little bit quiet, and I don't know how quiet the game's actually going to be, so if it winds up being too loud, hopefully someone can let me know and I will adjust it.
God damn it. What a way to start the new year. At this rate, I'll be dead by Easter.
Quiet down, Agent Jones. You're on the clock.
Quiet down? Ha! You have any idea what you've done? I'd be half naked in Havana right now if you hadn't shown up. Soaking up some rays, surrounded by a harem of bikini queens, a mojito in one hand, and a seafood-slathered Havana-style pizza in the other. What did I do to deserve this?
Agent Jones, don't let him take control of the conversation. The moment you let your guard down, he'll strike. And no red, remember?
It's open. Come on in.
You have questions for us? That's why you're here, isn't it?
Okay, So if you've seen any of Deadly Premonition, you'll notice the first thing that I noticed, and my colleague KJW, who's currently playing through that game, the art style has completely changed in this. I'm guessing because cell shading is a little bit easier.
Mr. Morgan, before we question you, allow me to first read you your rights. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Please keep that in mind as you speak. Do we have permission to film this?
Don't worry, my fairy. They're free to do whatever they like.
Something wrong, Mr. Morgan? I'm FBI Special Agent Aaliyah Davis, and this is...
Simon Jones. An analyst from the Boston branch. He's been monitoring us for years now.
Oh, hi.
Seriously.
A Southern belle and a lonesome loser who can't catch a break. Quite the uncanny duo. You'd be the perfect stars for the latest video game. Isn't that right, my fairy? How many years has it been since someone came to chat with us? Oh, but don't ask me about my fairy. That's a private matter.
It's hard to tell what he's thinking, but my eyes can't be deceived. If he's hiding something, it'll come out in his face. Excuse me, Mr. Morgan, but would you please refrain from consuming that while we speak? I'm talking about... yes, that.
You don't need to worry about us. Don't get in our way, and we won't get in yours.
Unfortunately, questioning doesn't work like that. Our data needs to be consistent. Now please, put out that stinking indulgence right this minute.
What if we say no?
Then I'll put it out myself, using force.
Whoa, whoa, Aaliyah. This is Morgan's house. Besides, it's legal in Massachusetts for individuals to consume cannabis in the comfort of their own homes. And I mean, come on.
It's medicinal.
Exactly.
You solved many difficult cases across your career, utilizing your own unique MO. You've expertly cracked cases that were otherwise thought to be unsolvable. According to our records, after joining the FBI in 2002, you quickly solved 2 drug ring-related kidnapping cases. In 2003, you solved the Inside Out Flesh Skinner case in the suburbs of Pittsburgh. In 2004, the Jeffrey Dahmer wannabe case in Milwaukee. And also the stuffed human collector case in St. Louis that very same year. Then, in 2005, you coincidentally happened to solve the Lise Clarkson murder case, while you went on to solve many other cases after that, all of them seemingly inexplicable. Did you really solve these cases all on your own? There are no records of you using a wide-scale investigative team or working with anyone else. How did you ever accomplish such monumental feats all by yourself?
It was all thanks to our talented partner.
Partner. The FBI files show no record of you ever working with a partner. Do you mean you worked with some sort of unofficial partner or an outside confidant?
Our partner is our partner. We've always worked together. Besides, Belle, you're forgetting one important thing. After the St. Louis case, we stopped by a diner on our way home and caught Thelma and Louise, two highly sought-after fugitives. Hey, Belle. Why are you dressed so handsomely?
What are you talking about?
The thick black accessory wrapped around your neck. That's a male necktie. The color black represents confidence and interest in the self. And your decision to wear a male tie symbolizes your declaration of war against a predominantly male society. Or perhaps it's a psychological barrier meant to hide the weakness that dwells deep within your psyche. We admire your bravery.
I thought you retired from profiling.
My guess is that it is a male cut or a male style of tie. I honestly don't know. I don't wear ties.
Bullseye, huh? You're an easy one to read.
In order to think with society, a man must first gouge out his eyes and cut off his ears. Don't judge a book by its cover. For someone who's supposed to have been one of our best, you've got an awful eye for people. Or did all that smoke and kill all your little gray cells?
Okay, Aaliyah, that's enough. She's smart, but she's also more of a shrew than she lets on.
Agent Jones, that's sexual harassment.
So, Belle, does that barrier of yours also protect you from violent criminals?
He's more dangerous than I thought. I can't read him. I'll just have to assault him head-on with questions then. First, I'll try using the files on the table to shake him up. Do you remember the homicides that took place in Le Carre, Louisiana in 2005?
We solved that case.
Your report states the following. By coincidence, you encountered a serious incident in a town you visited while on vacation. You then decided to steal the right to investigate from the local law enforcement and took over the case. After several more homicides, you managed to apprehend the perpetrator.
Yes. Yes.
I'd hope so. This came out 10
Yes,
years
that's
after
exactly
the other one.
what. We stole the right to investigate from them, just as you said.
It all started when the body of a 16-year-old girl was discovered. You arrived in Le Carre immediately after that, didn't you?
We just can't seem to keep ourselves away from dead girls.
Did you really visit that town just to take a vacation?
We don't know. If you already have the report, then we suggest you read it, Belle. Either way, that case is closed.
Closed. You sure about that? Don't you think this puzzle is still missing some crucial pieces?
Come on. No need to beat around the bush with us, Belle.
They found Lise Clarkson's body. It was hidden deep within the Clarkson Food Delivery Services cold storage warehouse.
After 14 years, we finally discovered the body of the very first victim. Do you know what this means? That's why we're here. The first victim in the case he solved, Lise Clarkson. This is a photograph of what she looks like now. How will he...
We're pleased that her body turned up. Deeply pleased.
You claim to have closed this case, but now a lost body suddenly surfaced. Aren't you curious about the details?
Body or not, we already solved that case. Lisa's body can't change anything now. And it certainly has nothing to do with us.
I suspect the body was stored there rather than abandoned, due to the unnatural state it was found in. She was found frozen in a storage unit. Therefore, she looks exactly the same as she did when she disappeared. In fact, she's in such good condition that we can even determine the murder weapon and cause of death.
Well, good for you.
Even stranger is how unbelievably beautiful she looks. At first glance, few would guess she was a murder victim at all. She looks more like a piece of art, or a mythological figure from a painting.
This keeps getting better and better.
Better and better?
Isn't that right, my fairy? A corpse as beautiful as a goddess. Sounds just like our story. Yes.
That went okay. Now I'm sure that Morgan's hiding something. I may be able to get what I want if we go deeper into the documents.
Isn't there someone else you should have talked to before coming to us? Such as...
We were unable to reach Patricia Clarkson. You look surprised. I thought you already knew. After all, you visited Louisiana last week. We assumed you met with her during your time there.
We haven't been to Louisiana. Not in 14 years.
Is that so?
We've been right here in our apartment this entire time. That man is our witness, aren't you, Simon?
He's right. He didn't even take a single step outside on Christmas Eve, which means that I didn't get to either.
Are you positive about that? I took the liberty of checking some airline records. Last Friday, the name Billy Bishop was listed on a morning flight out of Boston. This is the fake name you used to use as an agent, isn't it?
A mere coincidence.
Yet that's not all. That evening on the same day, a man with a large scar on his forehead allegedly purchased an '89 Cadillac from a small used car lot in Le Carré. He reportedly said he wanted something old, big, and strong. The owner of the car lot felt it was a strange order, so it stuck in his mind.
Our world is filled with mysteries, and they always have the most bizarre timing.
Incidentally, on the following day, an identical Cadillac was taken to a scrapyard in Trenton, New Jersey.
You can find that type of car anywhere. Isn't that right, my fairy?
You may be wondering why we decided to unearth all these old files.
Everything happens for a reason.
The moment Lise Clarkson's body was found, we did the best we could to start our own local investigation. But there wasn't much we could actually investigate due to the damage caused by the hurricane.
Then we assume you also questioned everyone who worked in the warehouse.
Of course. We questioned all the Clarkson Food Delivery Services employees who staff the warehouse and its owner, but we still have yet to obtain any key testimonies.
Par for the course with a 14-year-old case, if you ask me.
Not to mention how bad the timing was. Most of the employees were on vacation.
So, you gave up on the investigation and came to see us instead. Remember what happened, my fairy? That warehouse. That man. So incoherent. Such a pain.
Hey, are you talking about the guy who managed the vault where Lisa's body was found? Yeah, I think he started working there in 2005. Remember, Aaliyah? You said he was a pain to deal with, too.
The large man, yes? No need to answer. If you don't want to. I'm sure you've already put him under surveillance. Textbook FBI protocol.
Morgan's right. Everything happens for a reason. Even this messy room. There must be a reason for it. Especially when it comes to those strangely tidy spots. They're practically begging me to question them. A stinking indulgence, and a massive DVD collection. You must live a very comfortable life.
Hey,
We're
more time I can
retired,
spend letting them
remember?
talk is less time I have to actually play a game.
Retired in your 40s. I'm envious.
But who doesn't love movies, Belle?
I'm not a fan.
Oh, that won't do. You should dedicate all the free time you have to watching movies. It's practically an unwritten law. Films guide us. Films are filled with every important life lesson there is.
Is that so?
I wouldn't go that far.
For example, They Live, 1988, directed by John Carpenter. That film taught us a valuable lesson. Always put on your sunglasses before a fight.
You know, you've got a point. Movies teach us about everything we need to know. I learned about the right way to eat frozen pizza from Cobra. It's one of Stallone's best films. Before that, I wouldn't be caught dead trying to eat frozen pizza. I thought it wasn't fit for human consumption, but that film changed my life.
Simon, that has nothing to do with the film. You're just talking about pizza.
Mr. Morgan, I found several spots in this room that look strangely clean. Did you tidy up a bit because you knew we were coming?
Those are sanctuaries. They've existed from the start.
Sanctuaries.
That's right. Sacred places. Hovels for pure souls, if you will.
Were there originally objects in those hovels? Something you didn't want us to see?
The soul's still there. We haven't touched a thing. But we know you can't see anything. Hey, Simon, don't touch the sanctuary.
Sorry.
That's a sanctuary. Don't ever touch it again. You've been watching us for 4.5 years, and you couldn't even figure that much out.
My bad. It's my first time actually coming inside, you know.
You're earning far more than you deserve then. What were you doing all day in that black Suburban? We thought wiretapping was your specialty, don't tell me. Crossword puzzles. What do you think, my fairy? 4.5 years. All that time, and What does he have to show for it?
Crossword puzzles? No way. Come on, I thought you knew. I'm a Sudoku guy.
Agent Jones.
Oh, right.
He's completely taken control of the conversation. At this rate, we'll never get anywhere. I need to press him some more. Agent Jones, did you find the files? Mr. Morgan, do you recognize these files?
Whoa! Ow!
We told you. That's a sanctuary.
Let him go! Assaulting an FBI agent is an obstruction of justice.
We told you. Go. Ah! Stay back. Stay back. Sanctuary. Down. Surrounded. Ah! 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 Yeah.
Mr. Morgan? I cut my finger with that can opener this morning. I thought I stopped the bleeding, but it seeped through. How could I be so stupid? Everything should be fine now. I'm sorry for being so careless. I made sure to read through your file and learn about your condition. The color red. Such an unusual thing to fear. Please, accept my deepest apologies.
I'm sorry too, Morgan. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll never touch one of your sanctuaries ever again. And no more red, either.
Don't touch one. Again.
Now, may we return to our discussion? Strangely enough, this man has a fear of the color red.
So, fear of a specific color is either called chromophobia or erythrophobia. Apparently it's a real thing.
And I believe that fear is connected to the Greenville case. This is a very large shredder. Is there something you don't want people finding out about?
Good question. But we never know when some curious civil servants may come and sift through our trash now, do we?
You're already retired. What are you so worried about?
It's just a simple habit. From back when we were still on duty. Didn't they bang that into your head when you were up in Quantico? Some habits are hard to break, no matter how hard you try.
Could you tell me what exactly the word sanctuary means to you?
Sanctuaries are sanctuaries. Nothing more and nothing less.
That doesn't explain anything.
Why do you wish to know?
Just curious.
Belle. You're a much ruder person than you initially seemed to be. Don't you agree, my fairy? What do our sanctuaries have to do with the investigation? If you're out of questions, then how about just going home?
Hey, mind if I jump in here?
What is it, Simon? We hope you've got a real question for us.
Well, actually, I'm also a little curious myself. No one's supposed to touch any sanctuary, right?
That's what we said.
What about you, though? You can't even touch them yourself? Are there any extenuating circumstances?
What are you getting at?
I mean, I doubt if any of this really matters, but if no one can touch the sanctuaries, then how do you clean them?
Mr. Morgan, I'd like to ask you some questions about this case now.
We don't want to remember that town.
I'm sorry, but there's no way around this. I remember hearing about this case on the news when I was still a student. A high school girl named Anna Graham was murdered, and the FBI stepped in to take over the case.
Okay, AJ, there might be spoilers here. I don't know. I've never played this, but just heads up, Greenville is the case you are currently playing through.
I also remember it becoming a sprawled investigation due to evidence found in the victim's throat. Is that correct? After that case, you went on sick leave for 2 years. And when you returned, you requested to be switched over to desk work. What happened?
That's a private matter. None of your business, Bill.
Were you traumatized? It's a common problem with prolific agents such as yourself. But there's another possibility that may make more sense. Perhaps you simply finished making preparations.
What are you getting at?
Thinking too much about something will always turn it into a problem. The Greenvale case, don't you think it resembles the Luke Carre case?
Read the report. We have nothing else to say.
I just need one more push. One more thing that can summon up the past. Mr. Morgan, please look at this.
What did we just say? We don't want to remember Greenvale.
This isn't a photo from Greenvale. Look closely at it. Former Special Agent Francis Zach Morgan. This photograph predates Greenvale. It's from the Luke Carre case you worked on in 2005.
Red tree.
Yes. A red tree.
Hey Ari, we have been sitting in this room with these 3 people talking about pretty much all kinds of nonsense for the last half hour. Hope you're having a good day.
Greenvale wasn't the first place you saw one of these. The Greenvale case and the Lise Clarkson murder case. They're connected by these red trees, aren't they?
Red trees.
Answer me. What are these trees?
Red trees.
I want the truth. Tell me everything you know.
The red trees. You really did your homework. Well done, Belle. You're good. Damn good.
Are you ready to talk now? I want to know what went down in Le Carre in 2005.
Fine. We'll tell you. We'll tell you what happened in that town. Yes, it was that red tree. That red tree ruined my life. It was a sultry summer day. The sun comes down hard on you in the cell, like a torrential downpour of demonic whispers. It all started back in that sweltering summer. We still had our best friend with us back then. The other me. My better half.
Never a choice when somebody needs you. can't turn away. You're their only lifeline, just a hero, a bullet for hire. Working
Quiet, AJ.
always a voice, a cry in the darkness, an echo of pain that's been long forgotten, but it haunts me, my destiny to be alone. There's a time when you see life for what it's gotta be. You should know they'll destroy you. Call to me.
Hey Panther, we are apparently finishing the prologue and actually starting to play the game for Deadly Premonition 2. Okay, so now that we appear to be actually starting the game proper, there are going to be 3 rules for this that apply to people, and if they don't know, I'll explain them once politely. 1, this is a blind playthrough. I cannot be expected to understand what's going on, so if you don't know, we're probably in the same boat. Number 2, I will not be explaining anything from the first game. I played it for 40 hours, it's on my YouTube channel. If you want to know what's happened back then, if they reference this,
Zack.
go watch that. And rule number 3, I have heard that there is some problematic content in this, that it was fixed, but that there still is some. I'm going to be playing through it regardless. If it does come up, that's on the people who made the game and has nothing to do with anyone in the stream or running the stream or anything like that, so you are warned beforehand.
Zack. Can you hear me, Zack? There you are, Zack. Sleeping again? Well, rise and shine. It's time for us to head back out into the chaos. Isn't that right, Zack?
You can't replace an L with a 2? That doesn't make any sense. What's wrong with you, game?
Zack, it looks like she wants us to join her for breakfast. Perhaps this town's finally starting to warm up to us. Look at that, Zack. She's welcoming us with open arms. She's even willing to share that tasty morsel with us. What an honor.
Hurry up and chow down, mister. Unless you like your breakfast stale.
What an amazing place. I've been on top of the moon since the moment I got here. And the name of this wonderful town, Le Carre, sounds like French to me. But what does it mean?
I'm the chef, David. If you want to know about the town, you'd better ask the concierge. Only amateur chefs flap their gums about stuff that ain't food related.
Did you hear that, Zach? He's a true professional.
Oh god, he still does the ear thing.
You say something, mister?
No, not to you. I was just talking to Zach.
Zach?
Please don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
If you say so, still. Never thought the FBI would ever come out to a little old town like ours.
I do work for the FBI, but I didn't come here for an investigation. I just happened to stop by on my way to New Orleans.
Never thought there'd be a murder out here either. And it was a 16-year-old kid. Now I tell you, this country's seen better days. What you reckon, mister?
Zach, he's definitely a professional, but it seems like he's also a bit lonesome. That's good. Ambivalence exists everywhere.
Folks say the killer used an axe. Hell of an old-fashioned choice if you ask me.
Actually, Chef David, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the incident.
But shoot, I ain't the one you ought to be asking, Mr. FBI. I only heard what I heard. But seeing as you're fixing to grill me, I can tell you what I know.
Please do. I appreciate it.
Okay, so one quick thing I'm going to point out, because I'm about 100% sure that this is a lost in translation thing. When, at the beginning of this, he said that he was on top of the moon, there's a very common expression that you are over the moon. It means that you're very happy about something, and I'm guessing that that's just a translational mistake, because the guy who wrote this is Japanese, and this is a translated game from over there, so we're not going to harp on that kind of little stuff, but it is interesting that the localization missed that.
You said the victim was a 16-year-old. Did you know her?
Well, sure. I reckon the whole town did.
Meaning?
She's Lise Clarkson, the little grandbaby of the Clarkson family.
The Clarkson family?
That's right. You ain't seen they sign on your way in here? The one above that huge cold storage complex. Should have had a dragonfly on it. Anyway, that's the Clarkson family seat. They own most of the land around here, from the sugar plantations right down to the food processing plant. Yeah, I reckon they got a stake in just about everything. They even own the water tower on the edge of town, you know? They're the ones who built up this town, and they still support it.
Is the local law enforcement investigating the case?
Shoot, mister, what you think? Now, I told you this ain't no city. We in the bonafide boondocks here. They got to know how to break up fights and keep folks from killing each other when they pissed you off. They sit down and talk it out with you heart to heart. And when that don't work, they just beat your ass. That's the deep south for you. This murder ain't like that, though. A little kid got a weird way. Like something on it. The sheriff's department ain't never seen nothing like this. By the way, Mr. FBI, I ain't seen a car in the parking lot. How'd you get all the way out here, huh? Don't tell me you walked.
Well, that's a very good question. Chef David, you've got a sharp eye. It's true that I didn't park my car in your parking lot. Do you know why?
Can't say I...
Because it was stolen.
Huh? But you with the FBI...
Even FBI cars can be stolen. It could happen after you park your car on the side of the road and go off to do some legwork. When you're eating lunch, when you're watching a movie, when you're asleep at night, when you're buying cigarettes at the local supermarket. Your car can be stolen anywhere. That's precisely what it means to be an FBI agent.
I need a quote so that my first one could be, "Your car could be stolen anywhere. That's precisely what it means to be an FBI agent."
In my case, my car was stolen while I was on my way down here. But no need to worry. I already reported it to the local authorities. And I've also already acquired another mode of transportation.
Another mode?
Want to hear the details?
Not really, but I'll listen if you want me to.
Then please do. After I finished my work in Houston, I flew to New Orleans. Then, I rented a car at the airport. Whenever I visit the West Coast, I always rent a convertible, especially in California. But now I'm in hot and sticky Louisiana, so I decided on a brand new hybrid car with a fully equipped air conditioning system.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, this is the same voice actor for Deadly Premonition 1, but I'm in no rush. Let's check and find out. Alright, his last two acting credits for an actor named Jeff Kramer is Deadly Premonition in 2010 and Deadly Premonition 2 in 2020. So this is the last thing that he's done.
A hybrid car?
Oh yes, they're marvelous. Vehicles that utterly defy everything you think you know about cars. Now, in the year 2005, it feels like we've finally entered the 21st century. Stomp down on the gas all you want. The engine won't make a sound.
It's silent?
At first, I felt like the landscape was moving past me on its own. Give it a few more years, and I'm sure we'll start seeing cars that run purely on electricity. Who knows? In a decade or so, electric sports cars may end up lining the parking lots of Silicon Valley. I can see it now. It's the world of The Last Starfighter, 1984, directed by Nick Castle. It's famous for being the first film to utilize realistic CG, but I couldn't care less about that. See, I was mesmerized by the beautifully refined mech designs. It even made me wish that I could be one of them myself, especially the Gunstar spacecraft. No other sci-fi movie has ever had.
So, where'd your hybrid car get stolen?
Sorry, I got off topic. I noticed it was missing after I finished my lunch and walked out of the diner. Incidentally, this diner was located at the entrance to a small town just south off the I-10. I went out to get back in it, but my hybrid car was nowhere to be found. I remembered exactly where I parked it, right between a blue pickup truck and a hedgerow. But when I came back from lunch, it had completely vanished. In short, someone stole it. And in its place,
What?
a skateboard.
A skateboard?
Yes. While I was sliding my lunch into my stomach, someone was busy replacing my brand new hybrid car with a wooden board attached to 4 wheels. Remarkable, don't you think?
So then how did you get here?
By riding the skateboard, obviously. Why do you look so surprised? No, I couldn't ride the board very well at first. But by the time I hit the 3-mile mark, I'd more or less gotten the hang of it. By the 10-mile mark, I'd even learned to do a few tricks. It was a journey of self-discovery. Not even I knew I had this latent talent sleeping inside me. What do you know about the Clarkson's house?
Now, I ain't got nothing bad to say, but I'm gonna talk straight to you. You best steer clear of that place. That family ain't just some gang. They're a whole different kind of beast. They folks with real power. Remnants of the good old boys who shaped America in the early days. Especially the head of the family, P.J. Clarkson. He's the kind of monster who goes around eating other monsters. And I'm sure he's on edge now with his granddaughter getting murdered and all. So don't go barging in with that shiny FBI badge of yours and think you'll be safe for nothing.
So I will point this out because it's kind of an interesting contrast. By this point in the first game, we're about an hour in, you've already gotten to do combat. for a fairly extended period of time in Deadly Premonition. We have done almost no gameplay whatsoever in this at an hour in.
Things are different down here. So if you plan on sticking around, you best remember that.
I see. I'll keep that in mind. When you say it was like something from a TV show, what exactly do you mean?
Hey, mister, why do you look so excited, huh? Like a kid asking grandma to read him a fairy tale.
I just can't seem to keep myself away from young women who died in bizarre ways.
Well, I ain't seen it with my own eyes, but folks say they found the body hanging under a bridge on
Hey,
the
Dave
bayou.
Sister, how we doing? I know, aren't I? I pushed the button, and then the conversation keeps going for another half hour.
And under that bridge, there was some kind of altar.
An altar?
Like something they use in black magic. Something horrible.
Voodoo?
Nah, wasn't nothing like that. Just a weird altar.
That's all?
Oh, and the body was all cut up in pieces. Scattered around the altar like.
So, is the game contradicting itself already? Because at the very beginning, when they're showing off the point in the future, 2018 of this, they say that they just found the body of the first victim, and he's saying that the body was cut up around the altar.
So she was sacrificed.
That's what the fella who discovered her said, yeah.
Bingo, Zach. This case has got our names all over it. Live and Let Die, Angel Heart, and The Pelican Brief, right? 9 out of 10 people will name those titles when you ask them to think of a film set in New Orleans. They're all excellent movies, but to me they lack realism. Due to my line of work, I have a tendency to think deeply about what feels real and what doesn't.
What's your point?
Cat People, that's my point. Cat People, 1982, directed by Paul Schrader. The crowning achievement of Nastasia Kinski, the ultimate muse of the 80s. The most vital element of that movie is the reality it depicts. Leopards who turn into humans have intercourse with humans and turn back into leopards. Then they can only turn back into humans again if they mutilate their lovers. I was awestruck by the sheer reality of it all. Understand? I'm talking about hyper-realism. After watching it, I felt like I just had to experience the world of Cat People for myself. That's why I decided to visit New Orleans.
Okay.
Another vital element of Cat People is the presence of Malcolm McDowell. Malcolm McDowell from Blue Thunder. Oh, talk about a masterpiece. Listen carefully, David. Only an amateur would call A Clockwork Orange his best movie.
Well, duh, he's in Silent Hill.
His best movies are Cat People and period. You need to remember this, because it's the truth.
Whatever you say, mister. So, what's your point again?
Never mind, don't worry about it. I already covered all the important parts.
This summer's gonna be another hot one. It's supposed to get over 95 today. Watch out you don't go getting heat stroke.
The Lise Clarkson case needs us. Don't you think so, Zach? The Cat People are what guided us to New Orleans. We should be thanking Malcolm McDowell. Once we get home, let's watch Blue Thunder again. I'm already looking forward to it. Aren't you, Zach? Zach, the searing light. These scents. It's the deep south. That was a fabulous breakfast. You're the world's greatest chef.
Wait, mister. You didn't take a single bite.
Well, the tea was to die for. But I'd prefer coffee next time. What would a morning be without coffee?
Okay, so I'm guessing that's our health and stamina. Oh, it's not in the room. Okay, let's see what all we've got in our room, because in the first game there was a ton of stuff to play with.
Sang Rouge. Been chasing it all over America. But I feel like we're finally on the verge of finding something now. Don't you, Zach? I think it's about time we ordered a new briefcase. Yes, I know this one carries a lot of memories, but it's seen too much.
Oh, hey, Jay. Oh, hey, Jay.
This hole's from the shootout in Tucson. And this, Miami. Now that was a fascinating case. Billy, our perp, cut his own torso right in two, even with the help of the drugs. A feat like that still requires incredible mental fortitude. I was so impressed that I forgot I'd left my briefcase on the floor, same floor his blood gushed out onto. I know, Zach, I know. Now isn't the time for a trip down memory lane. An emergent drug that's been on the rise in 4 southern states. Personally, I think it originated right here in Louisiana, and Lise Clarkson's murder must be connected to it somehow. The 16-year-old girl who was murdered. Her body was found beneath a bridge over the bayou.
If I'm pausing, it's because the music that's playing is from the first game, and I'm annoying AJ with it.
Along with a strange altar. The powerful man who essentially controls the town of Lucare, and he seems to be more fearsome than your average gangster. I doubt he'll be willing to cooperate with any law enforcement, Zach. You know, I keep thinking about that movie we stopped to see on our way here, Zach. The Island, 2005, directed by Michael Bay. For a movie being shown at a cinema complex, it was surprisingly artistic. An experimental setting mixed with hard-hitting drama. It was art house sci-fi. That director's going to change the history of art house films. Are you following me here? This is another special film that's setting a new standard, just like Star Wars and Blade Runner did. This is a turning point, Zach. You may be witnessing the birth of a vital new word that will soon become a part of film history. Yes, this single movie may be responsible for creating a whole new genre several years down the line, a genre known as island movies. I sure like the sound of that. Don't you, Zach?
Yeah, He really is. It's something that you'll find out if you watch anything of the first game.
Hey there, Chef. What's cooking?
Chef, what are you talking about, sir? I'm the concierge, David. I just heard from our chef that you wish to learn the meaning behind our town's name.
Yes, I've gathered that Le Carre is French, but does it have any special meaning?
Why, yes, sir, of course it does. A very clear, logical meaning. All names have meanings. Would you like to know what this one means?
Yes, I would.
Jolly good, sir. Then allow me to explain. Le Carre means square in French.
Ah. And?
That's it.
That's it?
Yes, that's it, sir. Do take a gander at the town map in the lobby if it fancies you. It's beautiful, valuable, and old. I'm sure you'll understand once you see it. Now, please excuse me, sir. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Did you see that, Zach? That was clearly David. Not a twin, not a split personality, just the work of a true professional. It's bizarre, but I can understand it. Remember what they say, the job makes the man.
No, it's the clothes make the man.
I'm very satisfied with the decorations and the size of this closet, Zach. And it's even got a security box. It's proof that we're still safely inside the fringes of modern civilization.
Yeah. Dress for the... Okay, so this is something that they are apparently explaining this right away, as opposed to the game Hey Jay's playing, where he found out that your clothes get dirty because he's surrounded by an angry cloud of flies. Yeah, but it's more immersive.
Due to the nature of our work, we've had to stay at hotels all over America. But Zach, do you know what I hate most about living out of a hotel? Shower pressure. The shower was invented so that human beings could yet there are far too many hotels and it's an outrage. And I'll keep tooting my
Okay, so it looks like we just have our evidence board. our toolbox, our closet, and then 2 things to do in the bathroom. Well, no, we can shave and we can
Feel that,
shower.
Zach? Dozens of paintings no one will ever see. The faint scent of tobacco baked into these walls for over a century. Now that's what I call a hotel. Zach, can you see him? His fashion sense is beyond me, but he appears to be a gentleman. Perhaps we should talk to him. Nice tie. Did you buy it here?
It's been a long time since someone spoke to me. No one these days ever tries to see me.
They can see what's far in the distance, but are blind to what's in front of them. No. Maybe they're only pretending not to see. That's what civilized society does to people.
Exactly. Ever since mankind got their hands on civilization, they zoomed away at a frightening speed.
Zoomed away from what?
Don't be a fool. You know the answer. As for me, just call me Hungan.
Hungan. The title given to a leader in a certain religion. Is that what you are?
Do you comprehend the Oracle?
The Oracle? Put on your religion hat, Zach. Here we go.
Felton maidens, in the shrine of hunger, find the flying serpent in the ambiguous zero. Dance with the flying serpent, and you will glimpse the other world.
10 maidens and an ambiguous zero. Got it. But what do you mean by otherworld?
Follow the Oracle.
Zach, did you hear all that? Looks like we've already taken our first step into chaos. But such is our duty. We need to accept the chaos, let it inside, then carefully dismantle it
Well,
piece
not
by
necessarily
piece.
a dragon. Flying serpents were
And after
fairly
we've
common
put all the
in,
pieces back into their rightful places,
Is it
the
Mesoamerican?
truth
Is that the word
will
I'm
reveal
looking for?
itself.
But cultures like the Aztec,
Let's capture the
Quetzalcoatl was a
truth
flying serpent,
and
but it
present
wasn't
it with a
necessarily
shiny
dragon.
pair of silver bracelets, Zach. Zach, this is Lucare. I think I'm finally starting to understand what our concierge was trying to say. You can tell this town was built by a very methodical person.
No, they would be, because they
No,
are
wait.
flying and they are serpents.
Maybe
That's a
they
good
just
point.
didn't care, and that's why it ended up this way. It's just another symbol of mankind's obsession with molding nature to fit our own rules. Zach, what did you think of Hungan's oracle? Despite all the dramatic build-up, it's little more than a childish riddle. Heartwarming, really. Exactly the kind of feeling one gets from the good old-fashioned countryside. Now let's start by tracking down those 10 maidens. The Oracle gave us a place and an act. You need to go to the Shrine of Hunger and fell 10 maidens. Alexis's Diner and Lane. This is it, Zach. There are even pins and a bowling ball on the sign. I bet we'll be able to eat some Cajun cuisine and bowl there. Maybe even both at the same time. Nice job, Zach. I knew you'd be able to find it.
So, I'm noticing a very big difference between this game and the first Deadly Premonition, and Heijie can back me up on this because he's currently playing through it. This is a game that actually wants me to play it instead of a game that wants me to play with the game open and a walkthrough on my laptop so I can figure out what the hell they're talking about.
Now for the other Oracle. There's no flying serpent on this map. Could it be a contrail or perhaps a dragon? I'm sure we'll find out later. First, let's just figure out where we need to go. Do you know what the ambiguous 0 represents? 0 is usually treated as a base number, but under what conditions would a base number be ambiguous? The answer is temperature, Zach. Yes. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is minus 17 point. The Clarkson Food Delivery Services cold storage warehouse. That's got to be it. Even with this blazing sun in the sky, they can easily keep the temperature below freezing. Be honest now, Zach. You knew the answer. And how about that Hoongan? What a mysterious character. His oracles may end up determining how much time we spend in this town.
Sorry, boss, but this is a smoke-free hotel. If you're dying of smoke, head out the entrance and you'll find a smoking area in the rear parking lot.
Don't tell me. You're the
At
bellboy.
your service, boss.
Are you good friends with the concierge and the chef?
We work at the same place, yeah. But, I can't really say whether we're good friends with each other. We're all professionals, though. Nothing more, nothing less.
I believe we've struck gold here, Zach. It just screams Deep South, actually. No, it doesn't. This is all his charm. So, if I want to smoke, I should go out the entrance and around to the rear parking lot?
Bada bing, bada boom.
Okay. I'll play by your rules.
Hiya, boss. How can...
Congratulations, you are now in exactly the same boat that I am. Oh, we've got the vending machines. Hey Jay, I don't know what you're talking about. This is the third of the original songs that's come up here.
Zach, here's another perfect symbol of the human condition. Hunting trophies. And it's a buffalo hunting trophy. Now that's a surprise. I've seen several trophies made out of human skin, but never a buffalo's. Looking at him brings out this strange feeling from within me. Yes, the very same feeling I got when watching a certain film from 1984, directed by Peter Hyams. 2010. The last scene in that film filled me with such a sublime, majestic feeling.
No, not that one yet, but they have played this song. They've played the kind of sad, dramatic song when they're looking at Anna's corpse in the forest.
It was filled with everything that was missing from the finale of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Just talking about it makes me want to watch it again. Let's watch it once we get home. Promise, Zach.
Alright, so this is one of the big complaints I've heard about the game, is the frame rate once we go outside. So, we'll see. It has had a patch, and that was a content removal one for some of the problematic content I referenced earlier.
Compared to non-smokers, smokers have a 4.7 times greater chance of getting lung disease. You know that means it's more likely than getting asbestos poisoning?
The risk of death from lung cancer is actually much lower than what you think it is. In fact, it's tiny when compared to heart disease, strokes, and pneumonia. We're always surrounded by easy ways to die, you know. Some people even get randomly struck by lightning and die right there on the spot.
Then I reckon you also know that secondhand smokers have 1.3 times greater the risk compared to smokers?
Of course.
So you won't mind paying the damages when I die of lung disease? How about writing that in a contract for me? You got a pen, right? I promise to protect you from all the evil in our world. Oh, that's stupid. By the way, what's your name?
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Is something wrong with you? Adults ain't supposed to act like that. I only asked for your name so I can write it on the contract. You should have been able to figure that out if you're a real FBI agent like you said. Come on, sign here. Right here on the paper.
Just as I thought, Zach. This contract paper, it's a Sang Rouge wrapper. Sang Rouge is here, too. This must mean that Sang Rouge is connected to the Lise Clarkson murder case somehow. This is a sprawling case that's spread across the entire South. It's within our jurisdiction, Zach. We'll need to steal the right to investigate from the local authorities at once. By the way, miss, what's your name?
Patricia Woods. But I gotta write my name myself, or else it won't be a real signature.
Tell me, Patricia, does this town have a sheriff? Or is it under the jurisdiction of the nearest city police?
Perfect timing. Well, go on and steal it if you want it. I was just thinking about how this is way out of my daddy's league.
Thank you for the information, Patricia. Okay, Zach, it's time to get to work. How should we seize control from the sheriff this time?
Hey there. So, you're the fella from the FBI I've been hearing so much about. I'm Melvin. They call me the sheriff round here.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan? But call me York if you can. That's what everyone calls me.
Huh? Well, all right. Mr. York. How's that sound?
Fine by me.
I'm sure you figured this out, but our town's a small one. Yeah, folks are already busy spreading gossip about how some FBI agents come to town. Now, I reckon you came from the city. What was it? D.C., L.A., or New York? Anywho, in the city, it's normal not to know who your neighbor is. Fella who moves in next to you could cook up a dozen folks in his backyard and no one would bat an eye. That's the city for you. Now, I never lived in one myself, but I visited them a few times, so I know what it's like. All pigs must die in the city of wolves. Yeah! Now, does that sound badass or what? I bet you'd... Hey! I know, CLG. I'm just trying to make a little small talk, that's all. Anywho, round these parts, everyone knows each other's name. So lots of folks get leery when they see an étranger like you. And since it's my duty to protect the town, I thought I'd stop by and say hello.
Zach, it looks like this sheriff is quite the happy-go-lucky type. A clear indication of just how peaceful this town is. Melvin, about the Lise Clarkson case.
I knew you were here for that case. Can't put one past the FBI. So they even got eyes on the smallest of towns like us, huh? Our world is filled with information, and it's all within their grasp. FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
The Lise Clarkson case is connected to a top-secret case that we've...
I know. If you're fixing to take the lead, then go right ahead. I'm just the humble sheriff of a tiny little town. My jobs are to stop my neighbors from beating the piss out of each other and listen to old folks complain. Honestly, this whole murder case has been weighing me down. So I'm gonna give you my full cooperation, Mr. Special Agent, sir.
Well, Zach, that was anticlimactic. I didn't even get to use my secret weapon. Melvin, there's a cold storage warehouse on the southern end of town, isn't there? I'd like to get permission to enter it.
Say what?
You want to see where the body's being kept, right?
Oh, I get it now. Lisa's body, yeah. Now, that's what I call a special agent. You already figured that much out. But, I'm not too sure that, going down there at this point is really gonna help much, you know?
Explain it yourself, Daddy.
That's incredible. I don't believe this. Amazing. Did you hear that, Zach? They put the body in a cold storage warehouse. This is fantastic. Insanely fantastic.
Really? Well, how about that? Well, all right then. I'll head on down to the warehouse ahead of you and make sure we get permission to search it.
Sounds good.
The management company only keeps the warehouse open during certain hours, so you'll have to come during those hours. I ain't looking to create any further disturbances. So be on time. Got it? Come on, let's roll, CLG.
I'm gonna walk home, Daddy. I still got another stop to make.
Oh, if you say so, sweetie. She's a real sharp one, as you can see, so I try to stay out of her way. Well, all right then, York. I'll see you at the warehouse.
secretly cutting kids up and sticking them into jars while you work as an FBI agent on the surface, are you? Or using your FBI connections to sell kids to child trafficking organizations?
I've arrested people who've done both, but I've never engaged in either of those activities myself. Of course, I have imagined doing such things in order to learn more about the psychology of the criminals I deal with.
It was just a joke. Why are you getting all serious? And don't tell me what you imagine, or else I'll get scared of you for real. Hey, can I come with you? You signed a contract with me, remember? And besides, I'm kind of worried about my daddy.
Brutal murders? Why not bring an 8-year-old along?
Do whatever you like. This is America, land of the free. But I have one condition.
What condition?
Don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter. Zach, it feels like she's carrying something with her. Kind of reminds me of you back when we first met. I can't leave her alone like this. You feel the same way, don't you? Melvin called you a strange name. CLG, I think. What exactly does that mean?
Clever little girl. That...
Okay, so I want you to look at everything that's in the draw distance, and by draw distance I mean it looks like they're physically drawing things as we're coming up on them. Because those are really not that impressive looking trees, or any other background feature at this point. Okay, so check that out. Those are squirrels on the map, and we can fight them, so we're going to.
By the way, Patty, what do you usually do when you're at home?
Is this...
Oh no, it's the blue ones we gotta get afraid of. Apparently they're rare. Yep. $7.77. Ooh. Hope everybody saw that guy appear from nowhere. He's a wizard. Nope. I can do this with 2 buttons. This is a vast improvement over trying to steer while gripping the shoulder buttons for dear life. Besides, I have the hope that I'm going to hold out for that eventually we will get to use the the skateboard in our melee combat. Alright, I'm going to take my break a little bit early because I need to use the restroom, but we will save and then we will immediately jump back into this after some shameless self-promotion. Oh, and this game has autos? Hey Jay, this game has autosaves. Alright, this shouldn't pass any time, and you'll get to look at the lovely giant red tree. Oh. But I will be right back. Welcome back to my Deadly Premonition 2 stream, sponsored by Cherry Dr. Pepper and Wily Wallaby Licorice.
Mr. York, that was mighty quick. The special agent does it again. You sure don't waste any time. I bet my CLG's got a lot to learn from you. By the way, Mr. York, looks to me like you aren't packing anything.
I was on vacation in New Orleans before I happened to stop by here.
Well, shoot, that won't do. Here, I got something I think you'll like. I call him Mr. Alligator. Badass, ain't he? It's a tranquilizer gun for the gators. And here's a radio.
Hey Jay, did you know you can get a radio in Deadly Premonition? You just have to find a side quest they don't tell you about. And it lets you get a car anywhere in the game. All you have to do is use it. This one, they just give me one for free.
With this, you won't have to worry about any expensive roaming fees. Might take you a while to get used to them, but you'll get it. Try letting them rip a few times.
Now this is an intriguing weapon.
Okay, so here's the reason it's
For a
annoying.
tranquilizer
I
gun, it
believe
really
you can
packs a
only
punch.
get it at night when it's raining and you have to go to the sheriff's house.
But I'm afraid I'll decline. After all, this town is peaceful, isn't it?
Well, sure it's peaceful. At least the humans are, but the animals, are a different story. There are some real mean-ass gators out there in the swamps. One of them even went and ate a kid once. One chomp's all it takes. They swallow down poor kid's parents didn't even know what to put in his coffin. The worst part is, that taught the gators just how tasty we man-eating crocodiles will feast tonight. In Blood Swamp!
You know he's fibbing, right? Gators don't attack folks. I never heard about no kid getting swallowed by a gator.
Actually, Patricia, you're wrong.
I'm what?
Alligators do attack people, and it could happen in any town.
Entertainingly, we usually only hear about it when it's on golf courses.
Huh?
Alligator, 1980. Directed by Louis Teague. It takes place in the Midwest, I believe. A teenage girl's pet alligator gets flushed down the toilet.
That should be the quest information you need, hey Jay.
Then, in the sewer, it feeds on the corpses of dogs that were used as test subjects for an experimental growth formula. After growing over 30 feet, it finally starts to go after humans. It's an extremely edifying movie. Back when I first saw it, I had a pet hamster.
Hey, Agent York. What's your first order of business? You're in charge now, remember?
Well said, Patricia. I nearly lost sight of my true goal. Melvin, I couldn't help but notice the name on the side of that truck. This facility is connected to the victim, isn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah. I reckon I better start from there. I'm gonna tell it to you straight right from the beginning, Mr. York. As you guessed, this warehouse is run by the Clarksons. The victim's father, Danny Clarkson, is the one who manages the whole place. Okay, but why did he choose to store her body in his own warehouse, right? Well, that's because there ain't no other place to store it. Our town has a clinic inside a church, but no more. Whenever someone kicks the bucket, we just bury him in the graveyard right outside of town. But not this time. We got a murder on our hands this time. We need to give Lisa's body an autopsy and keep it stored, right? So we had no choice but to rent out a corner of this warehouse.
I see. So that's what led to the ingenious choice to store the victim's body in a facility that her family owns.
Anywho, this is where the real story begins. Truth is, a few days before you got here, Lisa's body went missing.
Missing?
Yeah.
Okay,
All of
so
a
it did go
sudden,
missing.
Poof.
Did you leave the warehouse unlocked?
I most certainly did not. I locked the whole place up and made sure no one could get inside. No one stole the original key, and I couldn't find any fingerprints at the scene.
So,
you
in
might
other words,
need to do the side quest
this
where
is a
you give
locked room
the
mystery.
sheriff both of the dumbbells. I think they're each named something before you can do that one, but the information on that link should give you everything you need.
The body of a beautiful young girl walks at mid... Hey! all right, CLG. Reckon I should have told you about this earlier when you first said you wanted to come here. It just didn't seem like the time or place as I remember. Anywho, how about we call it a day and head back to my office? You can go through all the files there.
No, thank you. This is what I came to investigate.
But Lisa's body isn't here anymore. You sure?
That doesn't bother me one bit, Melvin. You see, I met a skeletal gentleman on my way here, and he was kind enough to give me an oracle.
Deadly Premonition 2. Francis York Morgan faces off with the villain from Disney's The Princess and the Frog. Oh yeah, he's got a skeleton tattoo on his face.
You holding up? Sure you don't want to wait outside?
I'll be fine, Daddy. Just make sure you don't take your eyes off of him. He's so selfish and inconsiderate. I'm still not convinced he's actually a real FBI agent. Look, he's talking to himself again.
Okay, this I have to bring up because this never happens in the first game, but every time he puts his hand to his head and starts talking, I was never given the impression if we're supposed to realize he's talking to himself out loud, or if it's all in his head. But the fact that they're referencing that here, he is literally talking to himself like a crazy person, and no one in the first game is polite enough to call him out on it.
Zack, this is the ambiguous zero, the deep freeze. Let's hurry up and find that flying serpent, shall we?
Okay, I have to find out. Oh my god, that was incredible. Someone clip that, please.
Good God almighty. This place always gives me goosebumps, no matter how many times I come here.
Yes, it's quite the funhouse. Truly a dazzling place. Meet entertainment. That's the only way to describe it. Woven together by life, frozen in time, A visceral, musical...
Symphony. We eat all this in order to survive.
Yes, truly a symphony. Life and death, resonating together.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Cool. Whoa now, CLG. Since when were you interested in this kind of stuff?
What are you so surprised for,
Thank
Daddy?
you, KJ.
I'm more
If you
mature
could drop
than
that
are.
in funny internet things for now, I'll put a Deadly Premonition 2 clip channel up in a bit in my Discord. I think we're
I've
going to
seen
need
way
one.
more realistic corpses on CSI, you know.
Oh, man.
At first, Zach, I was shocked by the notion of storing a victim's body alongside food. But as I gaze upon this hanging garden, I realize it's just another scene of violent,
Thank you very much. I
depraved
appreciate it, AJ.
murder. Yes. All we need to do is change our point of view, and things will expose themselves in utterly new ways.
Hey, Mr. York. This is kinda, yeah.
Melvin, if you have something to say, then just go on and say it. Otherwise, you'll simply be insulting this beautiful landscape.
You think this is beautiful?
Oh, yes. It's the abnormal world that supports our normal lives. I think that's wonderful. Don't you? Besides, look, Patricia seems to be handling this a lot better than you are.
Well, you see, I ain't too good with this grotesque stuff. Ugh.
Don't let it get to you, Daddy. Whew. Everyone has at least one thing they're afraid of. Even you. Right, Agent York?
Something I'm afraid of?
Yeah, that's right. You gotta have at least one thing. Like clowns.
Clowns are so funny. How could anyone be scared of them?
Zombies.
Love them.
A bucket full of worms.
I could squeeze them with my bare hands.
The sound of screeching glass.
Doesn't bother me.
Then...
They cling to your skin like putrid leeches, robbing you of much more than your vitality. The wet socks.
Melvin, you're a genius.
Just looking at this.
Melvin, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a personal question. In the hotel parking lot, when I first met you, the picture you had on your dashboard happened to catch my eye. Was that your wife?
Oh, her? Yeah, that's my lady, all right. Candy. Her name's Candy, the prettiest girl in town, which makes me the happiest boy. A shooting star landed in a rural town, right on top of a man who now has a meteor-struck heart.
You always keep her photo with you?
You bet I do. The truth is, Candy's a little sick right now. She can't even leave the house no more. So I always keep her photograph with me. Kinda feels like we're always together, you know?
I see. You care for your wife a great deal, but this means that...
Yeah, that's right. My mama had me before she married Daddy. But it don't matter. He's still my real daddy to me.
Oh, thank you, CLG, and you're my pride and joy.
Well, Zach, isn't this a heartwarming scene? But there's one thing I just can't get out of my mind. Don't you think that photograph looked a bit too old? Perhaps Candy is already... No, let's not think about that. It might be a private matter, just like you, Zach.
Okay, that's where we're supposed to go. Let's see if there's anything more else worth looking at around here first. Aha! Maybe I can break something down there? I don't know why else they'd have a crouch thing. Maybe it's somewhere we go later. So yeah, there's stuff that's in there, but we can't get in there yet.
Here we are, Zach. The morgue. They stored the victim's body in a cold storage. I'd love to shake the hand of who...
Hey, Agent. Did you just come here to laugh at rural officers who are doing the best they can? We don't have any special facilities like you people. Don't compare us with city folk. This is Lucare.
Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay.
Maybe you're just disappointed that you didn't get to see the bloated, decomposing corpse of a young girl.
Sorry, you're right. I went a bit too far just now. But don't misunderstand. I honestly think it's a fantastic idea. I'd never try and bully your daddy.
Better not.
Thank you for understanding. Zach, these are human footprints. Yes, Zach, I agree. This fraud. That's right. Lisa's body must, but there are no signs, so our criminal. Boxes that got. I can't tell. What do you think? I'm gonna go with okra. I'm sure. Zach, that's right. It's hard to believe, but I think these. Yes, Zach, that would lead one to believe that. Seems like our... Is this... If there aren't any other... No special... Luxury.
Side. Oh.
Let's head there at once.
But what...
All we need to do is find that giant... But finding the flying... Now please. These luxury... I'm so...
That elevator...
Do you have one?
Actually, I didn't... So I didn't bother to go...
Well, then would you go and...
Well, they sure as hell don't like it when them... It was, So they ain't gonna be too...
What should we do then?
Let's just find a worker here. All they need to do is take a break from their work.
And what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, you FBI...
Zach, I think we can better check back here as well, just to be...
Well, it's better than the first one, but that's not a very high bar. It's incredibly wordy. Oh yeah, this is a game as opposed to the first game, which doesn't feel like at any point it really knows what it's trying to do.
Zach, the human ability to adapt. Some humans have the power to sleep. Now we should be able to... No need to worry. What else do they have to lose? I feel bad for him, but...
I'm speeding up the text because I can read it that quickly. If you want, I can leave it on screen a little bit longer. Okay, there doesn't look like there's any way to go back there.
Mr. York, did you find a key? Ha! Now that's wanna hit.
You bet.
No, this isn't good by any stretch of the imagination. It's got a few funny bits so far. My personal favorite has been the fact that they actually put something in if you decide you want to shoot somebody in the face that you shouldn't shoot in the face.
Zach, look at that thermometer. 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Or minus 17.7. This is the ambiguous.
Hey! Open the damn. It ain't no use, Mr. York. Once Avery starts working on something, he just tunes. We'll have to wait until he finishes. Or
I disagree. Time may be on our side. You gave me Mr. Alligator.
Those tranquilizers, maybe.
Of course, Smell. I never said I was.
You're gonna shoot some. I'm right.
This is Mr. York, an agent from the FBI.
Hi, Avery. I'm Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York.
York? You a smarty pants, huh?
He's shyer than he looks. Come on, just settle down, Avery. Tell her what this here place is for.
Lots of expensive food here. Yup. Mighty precious to the Clarksons, so I gotta guard it.
I see. So you're this area's keeper?
Oh, I help with the research too. I do like research.
Research? What are you talking about, Avery? This doesn't look like a lab to me.
Oh, ain't no lab.
I
It's
enjoy
a
watching the
warehouse.
crocodile head roll around in the background.
Smarty pant scientist does the research. I ain't no smarty pants, no.
He's a bit slow in the mind, but he ain't a bad guy. Oh. Your story about the giant who carried Lisa out. Don't tell me you think it's him. I mean, it's true that he's free to come and go as he pleases in this warehouse, but...
No, as far as I can tell, he's just a bit over 6'5". The one who moved Lisa's body must be at least 10 feet tall. He's clearly too short.
Too short, huh? Well, if you ever happen to find a man who makes him look small, I'd sure like to meet him.
Lise.
What? Hey, cut it out!
Lise, Why?
Avery, that's not Lise.
Not Lise?
This is Melvin's daughter, and my precious assistant. Unfortunately, Elise is no longer with us.
Lise! Lise! My fault! My fault!
I guess he's sort of like Lise, you know? See, the poor fella's got himself a childlike mind. You know how normal kids tease other kids in order to get attention? Well, with this big lug, sometimes folks who don't know him too well see something and end up calling the police. But I know that deep down, he's got a good heart. Hey, Mr. York, I'll keep him busy, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hurry this particular inspection along. Just holler at me if you find anything. I reckon that'll make it easier for you to go do your thing, yeah?
Melvin, I think you're finally starting to catch on. Avery, this box will...
Clocks and food for their...
Melvin.
Yeah. Ain't no big deal, though.
Is that so?
Well, they pretty much run all of this town's major industries. Yeah. I do believe they own just about everything. They got the whole darn town tattooed with their dragonflies.
Zack. This drag the flying serpent. They're related to Lise and Hungan's oracle, the Clarksons. Melvin, Patricia, let's head back. Well, what are you waiting?
Whew. So, what do we do now, Mr. York?
Zack and I will take things from here.
Then what should I do?
Tend to your sick wife? I don't know. You're free to do as you please. I'll stop by the sheriff's office when I need your help again.
I suppose that's what I'll do then. It'll sure make Candy happy. But I am the sheriff of this town, so I do intend to get some work done. I know. How about I search for Lisa's body while you're busy?
Not a bad idea. Just be careful that you don't get attacked by a barefooted giant.
Hey, don't scare me like that. Why do you keep talking about that giant anyway? You really think some giant was responsible for all this?
Melvin, don't be silly. Of course I do. Just when I thought you were starting to catch on. Disappointing, to say the least.
But how can you be so sure? I want to see some proof.
Proof number one. The footprints that led up to where Lisa's body originally was were made with bare feet. None of the prints looked similar to those of common insulated boots, and the arches of the feet were visible. The person who carried out Lisa's body must have had very large feet. I'd say they were at least 16 inches. Proof number two. I found fingerprints on the cord of one of the hanging lights in the warehouse. The fingerprints weren't aimed up from below. They were coming directly from the side. Clearly, the giant moved the light because it was in his way. He pinched the cord with his fingers. Proof number three. There was nothing else found in the vicinity where Lisa's body was stored. This means the giant carried her out without dragging her across the floor.
but there's only one set of footprints. The only conclusion I can draw from this evidence is that a barefooted giant, standing over 10 feet tall, carried Lisa's body out. That concludes the entirety of my proof. Any objections, Melvin?
But there ain't no way a human could ever be that tall.
Have you seen every human alive with your own eyes? Well then, you need to forget all your preconceived notions when embarking on an investigation. Whether you come face to face with a 10-foot giant or a skeletal gentleman, you always need to accept everything that comes to you with a clear mind. Do that, and eventually the truth will reveal itself to you. You're a smart kid, I'm sure you understand.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Mr. F. A sharp eye and flawless observational skills. Uncovering the truth with a heady intuition. I won't ever question you again. Heck, I'll do whatever you say.
That's it, Melvin. I'm glad you finally caught on. Okay, time to go, Patty. You know this town well, so I'd like you to accompany me from now on. Zack, we found the Flying Serpent. Now we simply need to locate the 10 maidens. It's time to head on to Alexis's diner and...
Okay, so we head all the way to the end and then right. Unless we see some squirrels. I need to get some money back for shooting a little girl in the face. Hey, there were waypoints in the first game. Yeah. Boop. AJ, you have to remember, the game you're playing came out the same time as Halo Reach, Call of Duty Black Ops, and Mass Effect 2. There just wasn't the technology for waypoints then. Yep. The far-flung year of 2010.
Patty, is something wrong?
I got something to say. When I first met you in the hotel parking lot, you mentioned Saint Rouge, right? If you want to find it, maybe you should track down Professor R.
Professor R?
Yeah. Professor R owns the jazz bar on the other side of the bayou.
How do you know that?
Because.
Because, huh? Interesting.
Oh, let me help with that. She just appeared behind me. We aren't going to keep that save, I just did that for fun. But I think the important thing to note there, Hey Jay, is I did manage to get all of those in the 10 ring. Yeah, it's strange. I haven't seen Damn It Chris all night. You'd think he would have been here. Must have something going on. Okay, so check this out. This is a funny... Boop. Boop.
Ten maidens, Zack. Let's topple their hourglass figures and complete this oracle once and for all.
Oh, my lord. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Sorry, honey, but you can't smoke in here. Since you're with Patricia, I'm guessing you're some friend of Melvin's.
He's Agent York from the FBI. This is Alexis, the owner of this restaurant. I'm helping out Agent York in his investigation. We signed a contract.
Oh, my lord. Well, ain't that something?
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York. Everyone's always called me that.
Oh, my lord. Well, that's got to be the strangest introduction I've ever heard. No wonder everyone in town's been talking about you.
I want a chocolate sundae, but no cherries. I want 2 wafers instead. Don't put too many Rice Krispies on it. Oh, but don't scrimp on the chocolate syrup either.
Oh, my lord. And what'll it be for you, honey?
Alexis, are these photos of the town?
Oh, you like my pictures? My hobby's collecting snapshots of what our town used to be like. So whenever someone gives me an old picture, I just put it up here on display. Our world these days feels a bit cold to me, you know? Just thought it'd be nice to help folks remember what it was like in the good old days.
Zach, did you hear that? The good old days. Even in a remote town that's already far behind the times, there are still people who yearn for the past.
She told me what was going on, you know.
What?
Lise, you don't need to try and hide it from me, honey. Last time she came here, she told me all about it. Some odd fella was following her around, stalking her like.
What kind of fellow?
She said he had a really tall shadow.
How tall?
As tall as an oak tree.
Did that ring any bells for you?
Sadly, it didn't. I know just about everyone in this here town, but I ain't never seen a man who stands that tall. Maybe it really was an oak tree and she just mistook it for someone. Sometimes the silhouettes of them trees with lots of Spanish moss hanging down make me feel a little funny too.
I don't think so, Alexis. Lise said the shadow was following her, correct? That means she must have been stalked by a man as tall as an oak tree. If she had only mistaken an oak tree for a person, she wouldn't have described it that way. She might have said,
It felt like a crowd of people was staring at me.
Yes, exactly. She certainly wouldn't have talked about being followed by someone. Thank you, Patty. Zach, this data is all very intriguing, but it isn't the answer we're looking for. We came to knock down the 10 maidens, remember?
Oh, yeah! Booyah! Oh, I got a turkey!
Truly mesmerizing, Zach. This is why I never tire of small-town investigations. Same goes for you, right? Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, howdy, stranger. My, you're a handsome one. You came out here from the city, didn't you? I can always spot you city folk from a mile away.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Would you mind calling me York, ma'am?
Oh, so you are from the FBI. I thought as much. So sophisticated. Well, my horoscope in the paper today told me I'd be meeting someone new. And those horoscopes never miss. They're the real deal. Why, one even predicted when I'd bowl my first perfect game. Oh, no! Could you stand a bit closer to me? Whew, that was a close one. If you move any further that way, you'll cast a shadow over the lane. Well, the sheriff did that once, and something horrible happened. The next time I bowled, I got a gutter ball. First time in 12 years. I was mortified. And I am going to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. In our world, some routines lead to good things, while others only lead to the bad. So, you mustn't ever cast a shadow over the lane. Is that understood?
It's her routine, Zach. Understand? Just like us and coffee. Incidentally, ma'am, would you mind letting me use this lane too? I'm investigating the Lise Clarkson murder case. And I need to topple 10 maidens, no matter what it takes.
No, absolutely not. Not even the FBI can take my lane from me. I haven't given it up once ever since my husband passed away over a decade ago. I'll never break my promise to him.
But...
Now, if you'll excuse me. Ooh, you like that? That's what I'm talking about. Who's your mama?
Zach, it looks like negotiations have failed. Now I'm afraid we have no choice but to force her to let us use her bowling lane. Yes, I know. I won't do anything illegal.
What'll it be, honey?
Oh, looks like we found a side quest.
Agent York, if you're fixing to bowl, you're gonna be disappointed. Mrs. Carpenter never lets anyone else use the lane while she's here.
Patty, that's exactly what I came to do. You see, Zach and I need to bowl down 10 maidens.
Fine, go on and try if you wanna, but I'm gonna eat my sundae. Hey! Are you nuts?
What's the most addictive drug in the world?
How should I know?
It's sugar, Patty. Far more people die from obesity and diabetes than from cocaine and heroin. Alexis, would you give her some milk?
Oh, my Lord. Coming right up, honey.
Sugar might be dangerous, but it ain't against the law. You got no right to take that from me, even if you are some FBI agent.
Actually, Patty, I do. We signed a contract, remember? I promised to protect you from all the evil in our world.
Hey!
Delicious. What an amazing chocolate sundae. Zach, I think we just uncovered an incredible treasure here. I feel like I could eat one of these every day while we're in this town.
Oh, what?
Nope, I do not have a walkthrough with me for this. I will check one if I get lost, but...
Excuse me, Mrs. Carpenter.
Stop! Not now. Can't Can't you see I'm already in my bowling stance? What, are you blind? Holy Mother of Bowling. That stance, always works on a split. Oh, yeah, never fails.
Zack, our new friend, appears to be a very superstitious lady. We should try and utilize this trait of hers in order to gain access to the Laneford. That was an amazing shot, Mrs. Carpenter. In fact, it may have been the most amazing shot I've ever seen. Speaking of which, where did you happen to find all those neat little items? The ones you used to help you bowl that split just now?
Ooh, you got a keen eye there, Mr. Special Agent. Taken a liking to my collection, have you?
Oh, yes. A great liking.
I buy all my charms and power stones from Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida?
Yes, it's a mystical establishment run by the Mirror.
The Mirror?
If you're interested, I can mark it on your map for you.
Zack, this is it. Erzuli Frida. There must be a treasure trove of dubious trinkets on sale there. We may even be able to find something It really feels like...
Looks like we have a side quest to go on and a detour in order to use the bowling alley. And we are now almost 2 hours and 45 minutes in, and I have not seen the other world once, when in Deadly Premonition 1 I'd be on my second, maybe third one at this point. Utterly baffling.
You came here to bowl.
Yes, I did.
Then why are you leaving? You gave up on trying to convince Mrs. Carpenter to let you play?
No, Patty, neither Zack nor I have given up on anything. We're just going to stop by Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida? What do you want with that place?
What do you know about it, Patty?
It's a dumb store that sells stupid voodoo charms and even stupider souvenirs. No one who actually lives here would ever be caught dead there. Daddy even told me to steer clear of it.
And why is that?
'Cause they sell guns?
You mean Erzuli Frida is a gun shop?
It's kinda like a gun shop and a voodoo shop had a baby.
Okay. Deadly Premonition, the only reason I needed a walkthrough for it is because the way that they do side quests is such just a massive mess where you can't really figure them out without one.
A voodoo shop. It's a voodoo shop.
Just looks like a dumb souvenir shop to me.
Of course it does, Patty. You're much too young to understand the true value of such a place.
Well, to be fair, the only reason I know how to tell you where stuff is because I know the walkthrough.
This is all kid stuff. It's just a bunch of chalk. I'm allowed to watch TV and go on the internet, but my daddy makes no— You agree, right, Agent? This is all just kid stuff.
Look at this sack. All the mysticism of the deep South. This is 100 times more exciting than the It's a vast treasure chest.
Thou art a seeker, and I see the object of thy desire. Doth this be what thou seekest? I could sell it to thee now, and only now. Surely fortune shall not bless thee with another chance. Purchase this, and know that thy wishes shall be granted.
That's crazy. Even I can tell you're getting cheated, Agent York.
I disagree, Patty. This person can be trusted. I've been studying people for quite a while, so I can tell. That figurine is connected to our future.
My price is true. What say thee?
I'll buy it.
Thou art a man of refined taste. I am loath to part with it, but 'twould be a fool's errand to keep it from such a keen-eyed soul.
Okay, now before I advance this any farther, does this guy or does this guy not look like Vigo from Ghostbusters 2?
What's wrong with you? No normal person would ever buy a piece of junk like that. Not even at a garage sale.
Marvelous, isn't it, Zach? What a treasure. I can't wait to use it.
Use it? Where? How?
Isn't it obvious, Patty? I'm going to put it in front of Mrs. Carpenter's house.
In front of her house?
Yes. I'm sure this figurine will stop her right in her tracks. And that'll give us a chance to finally topple the 10 maidens.
Are you serious?
Of course I am. And so is Zach. Aren't you?
I'm seriously wondering if I should quit helping you out with this.
Okay, so we have until 10:30 when she's home, I think it says.
Mihalama. Verily.
Alright.
I can see it. Thou hast discovered the very...
Whoa.
That was close.
Well, look at you, all standing there like you're expecting me to apologize. Huh, it's your fault for not paying attention. What?
Got a moment?
Can't say I do. I'm in a hurry here.
I won't take up too much
Hey,
of
have a
your
great
time.
night, AJ.
I'd
Thanks
just
for
like to
stopping
ask
in.
you
I
a
hope
few
you have a good
questions.
sleep.
I said I'm in a hurry, Peckerwood. Now get out of my way.
Patty, who was that?
Kalina Clarkson. PJ Clarkson's second daughter, and Lisa's mother.
Zach, we've found ourselves a Clarkson.
Oh, she's not here. My dolly. She's not here. My dolly isn't here.
One of the key persons in this case just came out of the woodwork to meet us. Now things are really getting interesting. Isn't that right, Zach?
So yeah, we have like 12 hours to kill.
Zach, it appears to be closed. Let's come back during...
Okay, what are normal business hours then? Oh, 5 p.m. It's closed on Sundays.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the San Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before. We just happened to hear news about Lisa's murder while sitting in a bar during our vacation in New Orleans. That certainly wouldn't have happened if we had stayed in D.C. They would have given the case to another special agent, or maybe even to the state, and then we never would have found it. In the end, it would have been shut up in that vast, desolate evidence.
Well, 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 look who it is. Chris, you may or may not believe this, but the first roughly 90 minutes of this game was easily the most uninteresting nonsense I think I've played through in a long time. It's just sitting in a room listening to 2 or 3 different people talk, and yeah, I suppose I could have skipped it, but... just a whole lot of nothing happening. And how's your day going? Yeah, come get some. No, Panther was in here not too long ago. She seemed very confused by what I was playing. Yeah, the little girl. Her name is Patricia. Yeah, that's the name of our pistol. We got it from the local law enforcement man because we didn't have a gun.
So, what do you think of him? Yes, I'm talking about him. Hundan. Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of either? Still too early to tell. But it's clear that he'll be the key to uncovering this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me. By the way, Zach.
Okay, so we're
Hundan
looking
feels
for
very familiar to me.
Oh, that must be it there. So we need to go right and then take that last road. So Chris, currently it is 11 a.m. on Monday, and my next story quest doesn't do anything until, I think it's 10:30 p.m. Ooh, 11:19. We're really ticking time by now.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance.
Oh no, I still think very little of this game. Okay, watch. The hit detection on this gun is absolute crap. Make sure I'm still going the right way. Yep. Actually, I will do something that I can do in this game. And place a custom waypoint. Dogs or squirrels? Oh, more dogs. Go 5 more bullets. I'm almost out. Oh man, squirrels. Awesome. Come here.
Okay, Patty. I'm going to try asking you that question again. So you clearly love TV shows, but what about movies?
Movies? We don't need...
Chris, I'm not sure what you're implying here. Are you saying that there's a difference between skateboarding on pavement and skateboarding on grass? That's what I was gonna say. No. It's overly wordy that the gameplay is improved, but it's improved to the point that this should be what the 2010 game was like. Literally the first hour and a half to nearly 2 hours is just sitting around waiting for the plot to decide it's actually going to do something. Ooh, that's a big one. Come here, buddy. Yeah, come on. You got this. the hell? I'm not the only one who saw that UFO, right? Okay, it says I'm supposed to get rice from here, but it doesn't say how. So we're just gonna skate around and see if we see any of the little X's that means that there's something I can pick up. If you're not following Coco, you might want to. She has been doing a lot of her streaming on YouTube with her husband, Huck, lately, so you'll want to follow her if you want information on when you can catch them and where you can catch them. Do me a favor and leave that in funny internet things. I'm gonna make a channel after I get done streaming tonight for Deadly Premonition 2 clips, because I'm guessing there'll be a couple of them, and then we can start putting them there and then into the YouTube playlist. Thank you, Chris. But also, you should follow Coco because she posts fantastic looking food on her Discord as well. She made some Filipino pork skewers that look really interesting, but unfortunately, I think I'll have to order the main weird ingredient, which is banana mayonnaise, or banana mustard, off of Amazon, because it doesn't look like Walmart carries it. Okay, none of these are what I'm looking for. Okay, we're gonna go up and down these, 'cause as far as I know, this is what we're looking for. It just doesn't say anything about how I'm actually supposed to get the item I need, which is 1 rice at Sugarcane Plantation. And I think that's where we are. Unless it's on the other side. But we've got plenty of time to check both, because it's only 12:51 and we're off the hook until, I think the game said 10:30 p.m. Skate up and down each of these horizontal paths. And see if we can get any of the little X's for items. And then we'll go check the other one. But welcome to Deadly Premonition 2, the Sugarcane Plantation Exploration Sim. Yep. And yeah, as far as I know, there's no rhyme or reason to why these things spawn. An oak leaf. That's just bizarre. Alright, that's everything here, so head to the other side, which also looks like it might have items in it. And yeah, I'm guessing this game has the time travel cigarettes that the first game did, but at this point, I don't know that there isn't stuff I could be doing, so I'm gonna try and find stuff to do rather than just skip time. Because otherwise, what's the point of me trying to play this for Chris if I'm just gonna do the main story stuff and be like, they're done. That was worth 60 sub points, right? Whee! Alright, there's a bunch of stuff here. Red circle looks to be the alligator that's out there, so we'll leave him alone because we've shot a lot of those already. And don't worry, we're using rubber bullets, so it's okay. Oh, I see stuff to pick up. I'll talk to Patricia for a minute and see if I can get something to come up.
Hey, Patty.
What, Agent York?
Nothing. Just felt like saying that. Hey, let's shout something out loud.
Like what?
Chocolate Sundae.
Okay, sure. Actually, never mind. This is stupid.
Okay, Patty. I'm going to try asking you that question again. What do you do when you're at home?
I watch TV and look up stuff on the internet, I guess. Ain't much else to do when you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Really? For some reason, I envisioned you working hard to take care of all the chores around the house.
Well, of course I do stuff like that, too. But doesn't everyone? Why bother talking about it?
Other kids your age don't help out their parents. They're too busy talking with their friends on the phone or through emails.
That's stupid. I don't get why everyone's so obsessed with taking pictures of themselves. Then they send them to their friends just to get approval? Talk about cringeworthy.
How do you prefer to boost your self-esteem, then?
I don't need to. I have my family. And besides, my daddy's the town sheriff. All I need to be happy is a normal life.
That's awfully mature of you.
Everyone else is just childish. I'm totally normal.
Okay, then. So what do you do after you finish all your chores? You don't turn on CNN and pour yourself some bourbon, do you?
CNN? That's kid stuff. What I watch is way more adult than that.
Like what? Live sports?
You just don't get it, Agent York. Full House, Friends, Beverly Hills 90210, sitcoms. Sitcoms are an all-in-one package. Dreams, love, life lessons, science fiction. They've got everything you'd ever want. And some cable channels just show reruns all day long. It's the best. Oh, but my favorite TV show is this old one called MacGyver. The main character is cute and smart. I don't know his real name, but I like him. Oh, and I also like Gil Grissom from CSI. I just think it's adorable how he keeps maggots inside his fridge.
Thank you, Patty. That was very informative. Well, what do you think, Zach? Her tastes are... they're a bit hard to describe. Wait, don't even say it. I know exactly what you're thinking, and I'm in full agreement. By the way, Patty, what do you usually do when you're at home?
Is this an interrogation?
Oh, no. I just figured that since we're working together now, it'd be a good idea to learn a little more about you.
Should an adult male like you really be asking a little girl this kind of question? I feel like I heard a story about this sort of thing on the news once.
There's a time and a place for everything. You know exactly who I am, and I've also introduced myself to your father. Besides, you're the one who said you wanted to come with me.
I was just kidding, jeez. You're an FBI special agent. Why would I ever need to worry?
You shouldn't automatically trust someone just because they're an FBI special agent. One's profession and one's personality are completely separate things. For example, one special agent may fall spiritually in love with a genius criminal who enjoys the taste of human flesh.
That's Hannibal. You pulled that straight out of a movie.
Just because it's a film doesn't mean it isn't deeply rooted in reality. You can't judge people solely based on where they work or how they look. You need to think hard and decide things for yourself.
Fine.
So allow me to ask you this. How do you feel about me?
I don't know. I only just met you.
Exactly. Now it sounds like you're thinking. You should never feel the need to force an answer out or pretend like you know something you don't. Zach, she's a good kid, isn't she? Honest and straightforward.
Oh, wait, there's one thing I can say.
Oh. What?
When you talk to yourself like that, it really creeps me out. Did you start doing that after you became an adult? Or have you just always done it? Either way, you should stop doing it. It's really weird and, makes me wince whenever I hear it.
Ooh. Zach, did you hear that? No need to worry. Neither of us are weird, I can assure you of that. She's probably just having trouble finding the right word to describe us. No, I think I'll stop there. Wouldn't want her to think we're getting desperate.
Like I said, it's really creeping me out. Hey, Agent York.
Yes?
Is that... Sorry, never mind. I think I was just seeing things.
Okay, Patty. I'm going to try asking you that question again. What do you do when you're at home?
There's a very specific conversation I'm trying to have with her. There we go.
That melody always gets stuck in my head.
Yes, it's a devilish song, isn't it?
Just be quiet.
That's one of 4 songs that are in the first game. The only one I haven't found yet is the 70s porn music. It's in here somewhere, and we will find it. But I'll have to go back and clip that for a highlight, because that's honestly what I think of most when I think of the first Deadly Premonition, is that dumbass song.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the Sang Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what?
Okay, still no... We're supposed to be able to find rice in here according to the side quest we're on. And I'm not seeing any yet. It is. This game really likes to have what I will describe as earworm music. Alright, so... well... let's try going to whatever this little icon is since we're close, and then we'll go to the police station afterwards. Hopefully on the way we'll find some squirrels to beat up.
Looks like a case of bad... Let's come back.
Okay, so this is the house we have to be back at between 10:30 and 6 a.m. And it is currently 2:30, so we have 8 hours to kill. Ooh, that's a lot of squirrels. And no, I have no idea how you can punch a squirrel. Really, Coco? That is fascinating. But yeah, as you're watching me skateboard, be sure to keep an eye on momentary still images that go blazing past on both sides. That's not punching them, Coco. Granted, it's a lot smarter than what I'm doing, but...
So, Mr. York.
I've been curious about it.
I'll have you know, since this if it's such...
Oh, I can do left and right to buy more than one at once. Time travel cigarettes. Gotta have them. Oh, apparently I can buy a ton of those.
You ever need anything?
You're not only the sheriff of this town.
Sure.
That's terribly convenient. What if a crime, running a business and keeping the peace? I just can't see.
It's actually pretty easy, Mr. York.
But what if a criminal who just robbed a bank came here?
Oh, I like the sound of that. I'll never let money stand in my way.
Melvin, that was a serious...
Really? Not even the Clarksons would do something. No point in preparing for... After...
Get it, Zach? Melvin, now I...
Alright, let's see what the police station has, if anything. Alright, I'm gonna probably check this out and then take my second and last break for the night. just because nothing seems to be happening, and then we'll fast forward time a little. Oh, let's save first, since we just did some shopping. This is the biggest change between Deadly Premonition 1 and 2 that I've seen, is this game has autosaves. Oh, there's my toolbox. I can put stuff in there. Alright, I want 5 of those. And we'll put 3 of them in my thing. Okay, I've got plenty of bullets in here, so we'll put some away for now.
Hey there, Mr. York. Looking sharp as usual. What'll it be? Alright. I will be right back after some shameless self-promotion.
Alright. Let's go find some bees, apparently. I'm not sure if there's specific areas or if it's random or how this works. We are gonna get so rich from punching squirrels. Alright, so all the random garbage we've been picking up off the ground, apparently we can make charms out of that do different things, so I'm gonna see what all I can make now that I've wandered the town and found a bunch of them.
Mihala. Verily. Oh, I need more low-quality cloth. I can see it. Thou hast.
there's some. If there's any kind of rhyme or reason where these are.
York.
Ugh. Thank you, Chris. Oh, thank you, Coco. Hey guys, look, we're poisoned. We're gonna die. Oh, hey, how's it going, Airrock? I'll get you a shout out here in just a sec.
Okay, Patty. I'm going to try asking you that question again. What do you do when you're at home?
I watch TV and look up stuff on the internet, I guess. Ain't much else to do when you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Really? For some reason, I envisioned you working hard to take care of all the chores around the house.
Well, of course I do stuff like that too. But doesn't everyone? Why bother talking about it?
Other kids your age don't help out their parents. They're too busy talking.
Oh, I see killer bees in the park. Let's go punch them. As soon as we can figure out how to get into the park. He is. He is Francis York Morgan. How many more? Low quality bead, we need low quality cloth, and then we can make something. Well, if they didn't want to be exterminated, there shouldn't be a side quest in this game. Well, I don't know what Chris is talking about. I certainly don't kick them in the head. Chris, I'll just say it now, it's a good thing that Steph isn't here, because otherwise he might get upset about how much better the combat engine is in this than in Shenmue.
Excuse me, but what are you doing?
Searching.
What are you searching for?
Unknown.
You don't know? Interesting. Zack, this man is the perfect symbol of the human race. We all live out our lives searching for things, yet no one knows what they're actually searching for. That's what it means to be human. Don't you agree, Zack? I feel like that simple declaration of his just awakened us to something.
Ooh, a high quality bead. Okay. Ooh, we've got 5 hours to kill now. More importantly, 14 killer bees to find. Oh, sweet, low cloudy cloth. We can make a voodoo doll now.
Hey, Agent York.
Yes?
Is that... Sorry, never mind. I think I was just seeing things.
I think that squirrel just jumped over that truck. Definitely do that. Yeah, I don't think that the killer bees are out this far. I might have to go further back into town. sitting on top of the truck again. Oh, that's no good. Fortunately, we are right next to the sheriff's department, who has a store that sells everything out front.
So, what do you think of him? Yes, I'm talking about him. Boondock. Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of either? Still too early to tell. But it's clear that he'll be the key to uncovering this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me. By the way, Zach.
Oh, I blew right past it, didn't I? Yeah, I'm at the diner. Oh, I thought I saw bees. Oh well.
Zach, it appears to be closed.
Oh.
Let's come back.
Hopefully the voodoo shop isn't closed and we can still get our goofy stuff. Okay, good. I don't know why, but Quill just came into chat and asked me to time him out for the rest of the stream. It just seems very strange of him.
Mihala. Verily.
Coco wants me to time her out, and I don't know why. Everyone just keeps asking for it. That is actually true. I can't time Coco out if she just spams cat emotes. I'm utterly without ability to deal with that. Okay, so we've got plenty for that one. This one seems like the one that's going to be the most useful, though. Okay, so I need one more oak root and I can upgrade this.
Where's the thing I just bought?
All awaits. Altars exist. The bedchamber of thy hostel.
So where's my...
All altars. Thusly, all periapts in thy possession.
The other realm?
Forsooth, any mirror may metamorphose into an entrance to...
You can see the same world.
I am the mirror. As my name doth suggest, I am...
Zack, it appears that there's still... This is the deep...
Alright, let's go smoke some cigarettes in front of an old lady's house. Don't worry about it, Quill. It's not like this isn't going to show up on YouTube. Next to the rotting corpse of Deadly Premonition 1 that nobody's watching. Oh, Chris, you weren't here for that. You should check the clip that HeyJ made for me. If you want to talk about punching old ladies in the face. HeyJ made me a really funny clip. Yes, I'm sure it's something perfectly wholesome and not at all weird. an important part of science. It had to be tested. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Chris. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Not yet. But that is how I will phrase it. Okay, so now we are going to test out an important part of the first game. And we're looking for 2230 here. Perfect.
Yes. Perfect.
Oh, my dear lost lamb. What are you doing there?
Oh, this? This is all part of the Lise Clarkson murder investigation.
Something important,
Oh, yes. Very important. I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please call me York. That's what everyone calls me. But what should I call you?
I'm Tyrone Sanders, pastor of the Lucare Evangelical Church.
And what business does a pastor like yourself have in a place like this?
Well, I live over across the way there.
Do you have an intimate relationship with Mrs. Carpenter?
What? Why in the world would you suggest such a pitiful thing? Lordy, Lordy. How could I ever become intimate with one who is so devoid of faith? After she lost her husband, she stopped coming to church. All she does all day is bowl. She even pruned the shrubbery in that pitiful fashion. Yes, truly pitiful. And did you see that hideous ox of a dog she owns? Pitiful with a capital P. I tried speaking with her, but she shows no intention of changing her ways. Yes, I fear she never lends an ear when the good Lord reaches out to her. Indeed, I pity her from the bottom of my heart.
So you've been spying on her out of pity?
Spying? I'm merely awaiting the chance to lend her a helping hand. You best be careful, too. This town harbors much more danger than you're aware of. If you ever find yourself in need of salvation, feel free to stop by our church whenever you like. Our church also functions as a clinic. Someday, you may need our help.
Zach, did you hear that? Pitiful. Try saying that to someone in the city. They'd instantly slap you with slander or defamation charges. You'd be up to your neck in court papers. I doubt I'll tire of this town anytime soon. We should consider stopping by that church whenever we get a chance.
Alright, so we're going to head back to the hotel and then hopefully finish the bowling minigame in the morning. Because I'm willing to bet that the diner probably isn't open past 10 o'clock. But we may as well find out. I want you to know I'm very much resisting the urge to go back and punch those squirrels. It's an important part of my routine playing this game. So we are just crazy silly rich because of how many squirrels I've punched.
Looks like a case of bad. Let's come back.
I think that's our hotel on the right there.
Mr. Morgan, sir.
Alright, I think our room's on the first floor.
What a strange feeling. It looks like there are spots to place. If we find anything that seems like it might fit. What? You think that sounds like... Surely you know that all ritual blessings from beyond will only ensure it their reflect only with a mind deep... That one was all...
Three of those. Two of those. Oh, we can go talk to him right away because he's going to be down there. So it's between 22 and 24. Side quests.
Mr. Morgan.
I don't know what this quest is, but now we're fixing the shower.
Mr. Morgan.
Okay, so that's as far as we can go with this quest now. We can talk to the bellboy tomorrow morning.
King size. Zach, even though the Bureau is paying, nothing beats getting...
Okay, so the rule is change clothes every day. put the other set out for dry cleaning. Okay, we'll talk to the bellboy.
Hiya, boss.
Okay, so we need to talk to the chef between 11 and 1:30, which shouldn't be too hard. I don't know about you guys, but I am thrilled to find out what happens when we fix the shower. You can tell all your friends, like, yeah, the game was really weird with all the squirrel punching and kicking, but at least we learned how to fix the shower. I agree. Punching and kicking squirrels is life lessons. Oh yeah, showers are awesome.
Sorry for the wait.
Whatever.
Is Mrs. Carpenter here?
No, she hasn't come in today.
Everything's going. It's time to knock down.
my lord, y'all are back? Listen up, y'all ain't gonna believe.
What's wrong?
Mrs. Carpenter hasn't come in for the first time in 10 years. What could it be? I just hoping nothing bad happened.
She's fine. You have my guarantee.
Oh my lord. I reckon if an FBI agent like you is convinced, then I...
What did I tell you, Patty? Value is a relative thing. We needed to find that figurine, no matter the cost.
Okay. Let's see what
You
we got
really
here.
wanted to bowl that bad? They don't have bowling alleys in the city no more?
Wrong, Patty. I have absolutely no interest in bowling. Tossing a heavy ball at lined-up pins? Where's the fun in that? You can't even call this a sport. It's a game for cavemen. Nonsense. Utter nonsense.
Then can I throw the ball instead?
Absolutely not, Patty. This is part of the investigation. I need to do this myself, no matter how stupid it may be.
You're the one who's stupid. Sure looks like you're having fun to me.
We may be here a minute. Yep, that I'm the greatest bowler ever. First try.
Oh, looks like I finally earned myself a rival.
That was just a stroke of luck, Mrs. Carpenter. Despite how I may seem, I've never been any good at any of the ball-based sports that exist here on...
Oh, no, you can't fool me. I can tell that if I gave you a few lessons on top of that.
Semi-pro?
That's right. That's what I said.
Not pro, but...
Yeah, you'd never be able to go. You could become a... Well, Gary, come back and see me. I'm sure my husband would forgive me. Well, we gotta give youngsters a chance.
I could...
I take her words with a grain.
Patricia, I can understand why you'd be envious of, but you don't need to worry. You have your own unique talents, just like any other person. You shouldn't have to feel inferior every time you look at me.
You're unbelievable. You sure you don't need to get your head checked out?
It's so strange, Zach. I feel like I'm discovering a new side to myself.
By the way, Mr. Special Agent, you said you're investigating the Lise Clarkson incident, yes? In that case, there's something you should know. That poor girl, Lise, she was a druggie, and she was into the really bad stuff.
Red powder.
Oh, no wonder the FBI picked you. You already figured out that much. Well, the reason Lise turned into such a little hoodlum is because of her mother, Galena.
Galena?
Mm-hmm. A mother only in name. Oh, as far as I'm concerned, she's still nothing more than a child herself. Oh, dressing up in fancy clothes, always out on the town somewhere. Children giving birth to children. If these aren't the end times, well, I don't know what is. Oh, and they were always cooped up in that jazz bar. Galena wouldn't know proper parenting if it hit her in the tush.
Zach, the jazz bar. We first heard about it from Patricia. It must be deeply connected with this case. And the red powder. It must be San Rouge. Following the Oracle and felling the 10 maidens sure paid off, didn't it?
So, Mr. Special Agent, are you all finished here?
Yes, Mrs. Carpenter. Thanks to you, I've gotten a new lead.
Oh, then how about you mosey on and let me get back to my bowling? I need to bowl my first game of the day or else I'm gonna get rusty. Well, what are you waiting for? Get a move on! Shoo! Shoo!
Wah, 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 wah. When the sun awakens, catch the tip of the baby bear's tail at the Force altar. At the entrance to the other world will reveal itself to you.
Zach, it's another oracle. It appears that we're being guided by a mysterious power. This oracle is a simple one. The false altar. You already know what this is, right? The place where Lise Clarkson's body was first discovered. She was found under a bridge at some sort of... That's what Chef David... When the sun awakens, refers to dawn, of course. And the tip of the baby bear's tail is the North Star. At dawn, look straight to the north from where Lisa's body was found. On the surface, this oracle may seem tricky and convoluted, but it's still mere child's play. Zach, let's follow the oracle and head to where Lisa's body was found. I don't know what other world refers to, but I'm sure we'll find out once we get there.
Oracle?
That's right, Patty. This case is a rather complicated one, so Zach and I are following oracles given to us by a skeletal gentleman in order to crack it.
What'll it be?
Is this place a bowling?
Oh my lord, what's wrong? It says...
How do you...
That's so the customers can bowl while... If you want to bowl, honey, you'll... But if you just want to eat...
No complaints here. No wonder you called it.
Oh my lord, ain't that... It's nothing like that Creole food. And I'll be damned...
Hold on. I always thought that both Creole... Am I misunderstanding?
Not at all. Cajun and Creole, they both have root, but Creole sauces of France combined with cooked, mixed in with... When you smoke Cajun food, the Acadians who settled in Canada, then the British chased them off. They walked straight across. Finally, whoop, we got everything. They used their knowledge of French, and then they threw it.
Interesting. But I still roots in...
Oh my lord. Lately, there are but all they... And the tour, I just hate feeling...
I get it now.
That's why...
All right. That is going to be it for Deadly Premonition 2 for today. I'm going to do a little bit of looking up over the week to see if I can find some side quests or things we can be working on. as otherwise it seems like a lot of this first bit is just going to be smoking cigarettes and passing time, which doesn't sound all that fun. If you'd like to blame Coco and Chris for making this a reality, they are absolutely the people responsible, with help from Shadow in the Darkness and Meow MC. So if you enjoyed it, hated it, whatever, make sure to let them know how you felt, because this is a game for them. But I will see you folks tomorrow morning for some Skyward Sword HD, and I hope you have a good rest of your night.